Tonight in Boston, the stars are shining bright as Mike Trout leads the way into his 5th consecutive All-Star game. Big Papi is going too, while tearing it up on his farewell tour. He'll bring several teammates with him as the Sox make a run in the East. The heat is on and the time is now. Angels and Red Sox next.
We're kicking off a long road trip. It's the last one before the All-Star break. Tonight, the Angels kick off this 3-game set against the Boston Red Sox from Fenway Park. Hi, everybody. We welcome you inside this beautiful ballpark and back to Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Kubica. I'm Victor Rojas, and of course the Angels coming off a very, very tough homestand, going 1-6, trying to turn things around. They will lean on Mike Trout to get it started.
Well, the big thing Mike Trout has been swinging the bat very well, and you're going to have to when you face a team like the Red Sox, who can the ball very well themselves. Mike Trout lately has been swinging the bat exceptionally hot. Last 12 games for Trout, he's going out there with a batting average of .422 with 4 home runs, 9 RBI. He's hitting the ball to all fields. Even a very good pitch has been hit hard. A curveball low in the strike zone, hit it out to left center field. So Trout's been doing it all offensively. He's been stealing some bases. His 11th stolen base the other day of the season, which ties what he had the entire season last year. But he's going to have to do stealing some bases, swing the bat to be able to go out there and compete against this very good offense. David Ortiz and the Beantown version of the Killer Bees, Bogaerts, Betts, Bradley Jr., 29-game hit streak earlier in the season. These guys can swing the bat, they will get on base, and they will hit extra base hits. They are very difficult to contain, especially in this ballpark. You got to make sure you get ahead, finish them off with a breaking ball.
Jhoulys Chacin is on the mound for the Angels, has some experience against the Red Sox, has pitched in Fenway Park, but he's not certainly faced a lineup like this Boston Red Sox team. We're going to step away for a moment as the Angels are going to face a knuckleballer today, Steven Wright, and when we return, we'll talk about that dancing pitch.
Boston Red Sox. The Angels have played well against the Boston Red Sox over the last several years. Tonight they will face a knuckleballer by the name of Stephen Wright. It's always difficult when you face a knuckleballer, number one, but when you get the guy that's leading the league in the ERA, it makes it that much more difficult.
And it has been difficult for a lot of hitters to hit him this year. Take a look at our tools of the trade brought to you by Ram Trucks. You can see how difficult it is to hit a knuckleball, but if you get that knuckleball out in front, which is the key against Wright, you could do some damage. Albert Pujols at the Big A went way out to left field on a knuckleball out in front, and then Mike Trout, same thing. There's very little movement in the seams, but if you catch that one before it gets below the knee level, you can square it up, especially right-handed batters against Wright. So look for him to get that knuckleball and crush it as quickly as possible before he settles in here tonight.
Mentioned it's a long road trip. See if the Angels can get it started on a right note. We're just about ready for baseball here in Boston. Sit back and relax. Going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. This telecast of Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is brought to you by Hyundai. The 4th of July sales event is going on now at your local Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box. The Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack is back. Taste it before it's gone. By Mercury Insurance, on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast free quote and see how much you can save. And by the Jeep Renegade. Find your inner Renegade and reach your highest potential with an EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. We welcome you back out to Fenway Park as the Red Sox not wasting any time taking the field. The Angels, was mentioned, had the off day yesterday, as did the Red Sox. And we'll quickly take a look at Mike Scioscia's starting lineup for game number 80 on the season. The Angels at 32-47 after the loss on Wednesday. It'll be Cole Calhoun leading things off and right. Mike Trout at center, Albert Pujols DH, and Jeffrey Marte at third. Escobar still dealing with that sore knee. Nava in left field. He's the former Red Sox. You've got C.J. Cron at first. Johnny Giovattel at second. Carlos Perez behind the plate. And Andrelton Simmons batting ninth, playing shortstop. They are taking on the 31-year-old right-hander, California native by the name of Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright has thrown the ball very well. Occasional fastball from him, 81 to 85 curveball, but mostly knuckleballs. 8-5 mark, my go-tos to be successful against him. Move up in that batter's box to take away that angle, that knuckleball, and catch that knuckleball upstairs.
First one tonight, down and away. Cole hitting .288 with 10 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Overcast skies, 78 degrees at first pitch here at Fenway. It's fouled back. And It is 1 ball, 1 strike, and that was off the mask of newly crowned full-time Major League umpire John Tumpane, announced today. Major League Baseball giving him the full-time assignment at the big leagues.
Tumpane, a very consistent umpire, what we've seen over the last couple of years from him.
One ball, 2 strikes. Paul Narton, the crew chief at first base. Mark Wegner at second. Alan Porter at third. The umpiring crew for this weekend series. David's up the count at 2-2. 16th start of the year for Wright. 8-5 with that 2.18 ERA that leads the American League. 3 complete games, 103 innings, 78 hits, 84 strikeouts. 2-2. Cole takes just inside, full count. Wright has been one of the few bright spots for this Boston Red Sox pitching staff. As much as we talk about the offense and how many runs they can put on the board and do so quickly, the staff, on the other hand, has been a big disappointment, including David Wright, the free agent signee. 3-2, foul back. But even with that, Boston still 5 back, just 5 back in the American League East because they can mash.
Yeah, they've been swinging the bat exceptionally well when you think about their batting average and runs scored.
Manager John Farrell, some in the media perhaps speculating about his job security.
In typical Boston fashion.
Yeah, another 3-2, and Cole rips one up the middle. It's a base hit. Leadoff single for Cole. That'll bring up Trout. Check out the defense for the Red Sox tonight. Holt, Bradley, and Betts in the outfield from left to right. Holt just coming off the disabled list. Hernandez, Bogarts, Pedroia, and Shaw from third to first. Vasquez behind the plate.
And Bogarts really started off very, very well at the shortstop position, but his last few games, though, he's had struggle. 3 errors in his last 6 games, his 4 errors in his first 70. We've seen him over the years. Very gifted, very talented, strong throwing arm, great range at that shortstop position.
No Hanley Ramirez tonight. Hurt his side on a swing Wednesday night. He is, as we all are, day to day. Here's Trout. Swinging first pitch, fouls it off. Mike at 323, 17 home runs, 53 runs batted in. He finished off June on a high note. Terrific homestand. A couple more hits. Another multi-hit game on Wednesday. No balls, 2 strikes.
6 of his last 7 games, multi-hit games. There's 7 games, 571 batting average for Trout with 3 home runs, 6 extra base hits in his last 7 games.
At one point in the month of June, he was struggling through it. Batting average dipped down to 298 on June 20th, and then just caught fire. That was just off the plate. 1-2.
That fastball, 88-mile-an-hour fastball, which would seem like it would be about 100 miles an hour to a hitter after dealing with a knuckleball throughout.
Called strike 3. Trout doesn't like the call. 1 down.
Looked like a little above the strike zone. See right here on our Fox tracks, it's a little bit above it. Knuckleball with late movement. He must have said it was out of the strike zone initially and then called it a strike for Trout to react like that.
Right. So 1 out, 1 on. Here's Albert. DHing once again with Cronin first. Albert takes low. Pujols at 247. 14 home runs, 50 runs batted in. Leadoff single for Calhoun. Stands at first, and Albert sees the count evened up now. Six-game hitting streak for Albert. 11 total hits during that stretch.
You would think Wright would be easy to steal against, but he does have a very quick move. He's allowed 4 stolen bases in 8 attempts against him. That quick move he has, quick footwork. His 3 career pickoffs. He's only allowed 9 stolen bases against him in his career in 15 attempts. You would think if you guess right on a knuckleball, very difficult to catch and throw as a catcher.
Albert lifts one down the line. This will head into the seats.
Hyundai key for the scheme for the Angels to be successful and needing to be able to swing the bats a little bit. Going with a little Boston here in Boston. Don't look back. In other words, don't take that knuckleball when it's up in the strike zone. You have to attack, move up in that batter's box, and do some damage.
Albert takes upstairs. Wright making his 3rd start of his brief career against the Angels. 1-1, a 6.35 ERA. Both prior starts coming last year. One here at Fenway Park on May 23rd, picked up the win. And then the one on July 20th at the Big A gave up a couple of home runs to Trout and Pujols. 6 runs, 6 hits in 5 innings. Albert takes it high and a full count.
Got to believe right now Calhoun will be on the move with 1 out on a 3-2 count.
Jeffrey Marte is on deck. Cole takes off, and Albert draws ball 4. So the Halos with 2 on, 1 out. And Marte coming up. I mentioned that the Angels have played well against the Red Sox of late. Go back to May of 2011 from that point forward. 21-7 against Boston. And Carl Willis is going to come out and have a conversation with Wright. Willis familiar with Stephen Wright from the Cleveland Indians days. That's the organization that originally drafted Wright as a traditional pitcher. 2nd round pick in 06 out of the University of Hawaii. Guy that, like many players do, messing around before batting practice, playing with the knuckleball. Teammates said that he had a pretty good one. He then started fiddling with it in the minor leagues towards the end of games. Eventually became a full-time knuckleball pitcher.
Learned a lot from Wakefield and here in Boston, and Tom Candiotti also. Both of them used to be traditional pitchers before turning into knuckleball.
Charlie Huff as well he's had conversations with. So anything he can do to hone it in, he's done it.
If you ever played catch with anybody with a knuckleball, it's very difficult to even catch the baseball, let alone hit a knuckleball, unless it's elevated.
Calhoun at 2nd, Pujols at 1st. Marte is swinging a miss. It's 0-2. Jeffrey hitting .250. 4 doubles, 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Back at 3rd base with Escobar, needing another day. Jeffrey 0 for 4 on Wednesday with a walk. 1-2. Now Escobar did come out early today. Just had early BP, early workouts. He took some ground balls. He's just not quite ready. 7th consecutive game that he has missed. With a bone bruise in his knee.
Consider how well he has hit this year, and especially when you look at how he's done against off-speed pitches and breaking balls, which you would see a lot tonight. It would be great to have him in the lineup against a knuckleballer.
Marte bounces this one toward 3rd, and right on the bag as Hernandez fires across the diamond, and that's a 5-3 inning-ending double play. Well, to the bottom of the 1st, Jhoulys Chacín taking the mound with the scoreless tie. Now John Farrell's lineup for the Boston Red Sox. Mentioned they are in second place in the East with 42 and 36 as their mark, and it's Mookie Betts leading things off and right. Dustin Pedroia at second. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. David Ortiz having a monster year in his final season. He's the DH. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center. Brock Holt off the disabled list. He's in left. Travis Shaw at first. Christian Vasquez behind the plate. Marco Hernandez batting ninth and playing third base. Taking on Jhoulys Chacin. He's making his 10th start as an Angel. 2-4, 5.77 ERA. Gooby's making his second start against the Red Sox this year. He beat them here as a member of the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, and 2-1 in his career with a 5.17 against the Red Sox. So my go-tos for Chacin to be successful against this Red Sox lineup is you got to consistently work in front and think slider for outs. He's got very good sliders when he's ahead of the count.
Check swing. They wanted a peel. He went around.
See how sharp that slider is right there.
0-2 count.
See right here. No question, Betts crossing the plate. At least the hands are bringing the bat close enough to be able to get that call. But what a sharp slider from Chacin.
0-2. The dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chacin beat the Red Sox on April 28th as a member of the Braves with 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 6 hits. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. But that was a team back then, Gooby, that wasn't really hitting its stride. Just hit 257 as a team. They've gotten hotter since then. Lead the league in average runs. And this was drilled out to left center field. Trout racing over. He'll play it off the wall. Plays the carom cleanly. Fires it back into second, but Betts can run. And he's got himself a leadoff double. That's his 19th of the season.
When you think about what he has done, 38 extra base hits before this extra base hit. Slider that stays middle part of the plate, and he stays back on that very well. And Betts has good power to the alleys and drives this one off the green. Monster played very well by Trout to get it in quickly, but Betts is too quick. Slides in there with a lead-off double. Give him now 39 extra base hits. Got to keep an eye on him too as far as stealing a base. Very your look back at second.
Here's Pedroia. And with all the guys around him, all the young guys especially, having terrific years, kind of a lost figure. I mean, 370 on base percentage, hitting 307, 7 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Still chugging along now, 32 years of age.
Playing his excellent defense as usual. Great leadership skills he has also.
20 doubles. He's chipped in. Man in scoring position for Boston. First one in there for a strike. Ground ball to the right side, and that'll move the runner over as Givatella has it. 1 down. Check out the Angels defensively. You've got Nava in left, Trout in center, Calhoun in right. Marte, Simmons, Givatella, Crone for the Angels infield from third to first, and Carlos Perez behind the plate.
And Nava out in left field knows a little bit about this ballpark throughout his career playing with the Red Sox. His first 5 seasons with Boston. Got a career high 9 assists back in 2014, 8 in right field, 1 in left field for Daniel Nava. By the way, that's a perfect example of Pedroia. He's trying to hit the ball to that right side of the infield. He wants a hit, but he got the job done as far as advancing the runner over to third base now with 1 out.
Gives Xander Bogaerts an opportunity, and he will look at a fastball that misses down and away. Bogaerts a shortstop, hitting .342 with 9 home runs and 50 runs batted in. 2015 Red Sox MVP. .342 batting average, second in the American League behind it. Jose Altuve is down low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Bogaerts has really put together an amazing offensive season. .342 batting average. He's been very effective against high pitches and low pitches in the strike zone. Batting average of .355 on those low pitches, which leads the majors in that category. .364 on high pitches. 5th best in the majors. You got to try to get ahead and then make them chase out of the strike zone.
2-0, lifted foul. This one will reach the seats. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Oh, just for fun, he's hit .393 with runners in scoring position also. So
just throw it down the middle.
Yeah.
When in doubt.
Rod Carew.
You look at a spray chart, or you look at the home plate graphic of hot zones, and it's filled with hotness all over the place. Just throw it down the middle.
And he'll line drive at somebody.
You never know. That's all you can hope for. Just 23 years of age, native of Aruba. Betts over at third. Ground ball, and this will score a run. Civatella has it. 2 down. Betts crosses the plate. Bogaerts picks up his 51st RBI. The Red Sox with a 1-0 lead.
And credit that run for Dustin Droy, just hitting that ball to the right side, and he's going to allow that ground ball to a middle infielder to score the first run of the game for the Red Sox.
Here's David Ortiz. 40-year-old having a heck of a going-away season. .336. He's third in the American League with that batting average. 18 home runs, 63 runs batted in. .431 on base percentage. And he went around.
Well, there'll be a lot of pitchers that would be willing to escort him out after the end of the season and say, please don't come back. The numbers he's putting up there, 63 RBI.
He's the league in slugging. Taps out with foul. The 63 RBI is second behind Edwin Encarnacion going into play today. He's hit .378 at home this year.
50 extra base hits.
Only .290 on the road. 0-2, that's toward the middle. Civatella, no, it's Simmons, and he rolled over that left hand. I remember he hurt his thumb earlier this year. I think he jammed it pretty good, too.
Yeah, because that baseball was hit hard. He thought he had a shot at getting to that baseball. If you do, you will have a play at first base, but Ortiz running down the line. Got himself in good fielding position, ready to go on that one. And then the dive got underneath his glove, and then he bent his hand back once again. And you just hope he's okay. Well, we talked about it in the opening. Ortiz, Bogaerts, Betts, and Bradley Jr. Already, they're playing a part in this first inning for Boston.
Shift on with Bradley Jr. at the plate. Left-handed batter takes upstairs. 26-year-old, hitting .294, 13 home runs and 50 runs batted in. .249 a season ago. At the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Supplemental first round pick, 2011, University of South Carolina. Red Sox up 1-0. This one's fouled back to the left. 1-2 now. All right, got him on a good off-speed pitch. That's the 3rd out. First strikeout for Chacin, but the Red Sox strike for a run as we head to the 2nd. Angels trailing. Down 1-0. Daniel Nava getting ready to lead things off for the Angels. This is what he did in his first plate appearance, first pitch of his big league career.
That's a pretty good start to a career, don't you think? First pitch swinging, serious power, grand slam for Daniel Nava.
Off a jumping Joe Blanton.
Great number he had working then too.
Yeah, he's worked his way down to number 25 for the Angels. 222, a couple of doubles. A home run and 6 runs batted in. Part of the 2013 World Championship team. 2 players ever. I saw the Kuzminov one.
Kevin Kuzminov. You got to witness that one?
Yeah.
You pretty happy about that one?
Me?
Yeah, you were happy for him?
Helped move that game along. Some long games in Texas, man. This is grounded to the right side, and the shift, and it's off of Bogart's glove and into right field. So Nava will reach. I think they'll call that a single.
This ground ball right here, you see the shift on with Bogart's shortstop. Really working his way over there. Also, maybe that slight hesitation by him allowed that baseball to go off the glove and into the outfield for a base hit. Also doesn't shift a whole lot defensively. 396, 17th most in the majors. The Angels, on the other hand, with 657 shifts put on, 6th most in the majors.
They've blown through last year's number a while ago. There's C.J. Cron. Nobody out, a man at first. Cron breaks his bat, loops one out to shallow left field. Brock Holt comes in. He'll make the catch.
It'll be very difficult to play one in the left field with Holt. He plays a very shallow left field.
Hey, it's time to create memories with the family. Angels baseball is a great family fun for everyone. For only $44, get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 soft drinks with the Friends and Family Fun Pack. Visit angels.com/fun pack for more information. Can you bring 4 friends?
I think you should.
No, because that would make it 5. That would jack up the whole read.
Yeah, then it's over. Done. Done.
You got to create your own family fun pack. Johnny Giavitello takes a strike. Johnny at 269 with 6 home runs and 26 runs batted in. One ball, one strike. And if you're wondering how C.J. Cron broke his bat, it was a fastball from Stephen Wright. You got to look for that knuckleball, obviously. And even at 83 miles per hour, it can saw you off.
Yeah. It's like Jamie Moyer used to break so many bats with his fastball. It was around 80 to 83 range, but he threw a lot of changeup. And you're looking changeup, fastball in would break your bat.
So Johnny lost the handle of the bat there as he swung through the baseball. 1-2.
And with Holt playing so shallow in left field, no chance for that ball to flare in front of him for C.J. Cron. And that's what you should do here at this ballpark. We've seen over the years left fielders for the Red Sox play a shallow left field. So if it's hit hard and hit high, it's a good chance either off the wall or over the wall in left field. Why not take away that single?
Yeah, you're not catching the line shot.
No.
Two balls and 2 strikes.
Always a fun feeling when you're on the mound, you give a fly ball to left field, you just know there's a chance it's getting over that green monster. Even a pitch you make, a quality pitch, a pop-up, can get out of here to left field.
310 down the left field line. 302 down the right field line, right at the pesky pole. The outfield fence juts straight out to 380. 420 in the deepest part. That's out at right center field, a triangle back there. 379 to left center.
Didn't Benji Molina hit that ball right to that corner to got his triple? Then he hit it for the cycle here against the Red Sox.
Full count. Halos had a couple of men on in the first inning with 1 out, but Marte grounded into the inning-ending 5-3 double play. Nava takes off. Givatella shoots one out to right field. That'll get down for a hit. Betts gets it back in. Nava ends up at third. The Angels with runners at the corners now with one out.
Real good piece of hitting there by Givatella going the other way. Stayed back on this baseball well. Tried to sneak a fastball by him, stayed back on it. Inside out approach, hit that ball hard to right field. And with Nava on the move, easily goes into third base. Angels in business trying to tie it up at the very least here now.
Carlos Perez coming up. It's an offensive season for Carlos. 190 average, 9 doubles, 3 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Had the day off Wednesday as Bandy got the start. Right, unable to command that knuckleball today.
He's thrown quite a few fastballs, including back-to-back fastballs to Givatella before Johnny was able to get a base hit in the right field. Now the fastball there. And you look at pitch count already, 33 of them for right, but with a knuckleball, that generally doesn't come into the equation as far as pitch count. It's how effective you are. Sometimes when it's hot and humid and it's very sticky today, very difficult to throw that knuckleball. That's why last time out for righty threw a few more fastballs than normal. It was really humid out. You're seeing that here tonight.
Foul tipped into the glove. 1-2. Nava standing at third. Givatella at first. Andrelton Simmons on deck. Boston with a run at the bottom of the first. Taylor's coming on a 8-19 month of June. Boston struggled toward the end as well. This was grounded toward third. Hernandez to Pedroia, relay back, another double play hit into by the Angels to end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Boston up 1-0. Bottom of the second inning before the game ceremonial first pitch, and they are honoring, because it is Independence Day weekend, honoring family members of military folks And they were expecting the players to come out to catch the ceremonial first pitch. Instead, it was Chief Warrant Officer Blaze and Corporal West coming out and surprising their families on this 4th of July weekend, and that happened right before the ceremonial first pitch.
Oh, what an amazing moment that was. I still get goosebumps right now when we relive that moment when they ran out to the field.
What you couldn't tell there is how quickly they reacted. They were looking at the dugout waiting for the Red Sox players to come out and catch their ceremonial first pitches. It was a dead sprint.
Oh, that was unbelievable. It was so special to see that.
Brock Holt, Travis Shaw, Christian Vasquez for Boston here in the bottom of the second. Holt activated off the DL today. It's a breaking ball low, a little concussion issue. 239 average, 3 home runs, 19 runs batted in. The now 28-year-old. Three balls, 1 strike. One of those valuable pieces that can bounce around everywhere. Back-to-back years, he's played 7 different positions. Full count. Second, third, all 3 outfield positions, shortstop, first base. Catcher and pitcher off limits so far for Brock Holt. He has DH, by the way. That's a called strike 3. Froze him. 1 down.
Pretty good fastball with some good movement early on. Chachin has been 90-91 with his fastball. It's that 2-seam fastball that stays true, runs back and gets that inside corner. Great spot.
Travis Shaw, the first baseman, takes a strike. 25-year-old hitting .269, 22 doubles, 8 home runs, 44 runs batted in. He skies one out toward right. Cole moving over, put it away for out number 2. Two quick outs for Jhoulys Chacin. He'll face Christian Vasquez, the catcher, here in the second. Vasquez looks at a strike. Playing in his 50th game this year. .215 average. Missed all of last year. Tommy John surgery. He's 25 years of age. Native of Puerto Rico. Foul back. 1-2.
That baseball got up in our area in a hurry.
Usually does here in this ballpark.
Yes, it does. I think you're safe this high up, but not necessarily.
Cute foul. Another packed house here at Fenway Park, especially on a holiday weekend. Start of the holiday weekend. It's fouled again. It'll be nice weather the rest of the weekend. Not that it wasn't bad today, but overcast today. But sunny on Saturday and Sunday.
And might get some late thunderstorms. Will clear everything out for the rest of the time here for the Angels against the Red Sox.
Watch out! They got him. They tried to go inside. For whatever reason. 2 out hit by pitch.
4th batter that Chacin has hit this year. Fastball inside, no chance for Muskets to get out of the way of that one.
So Marco Hernandez, a third baseman, will bat here, 9th place hitter.
He's made a couple real good defensive plays at third base so far in this game for the Red Sox.
23-year-old bounces this one over to Giavitelli. Good little speed for a third baseman. This is third out. 2 complete here at Fenway. 1-0 Boston.
Very well so far this year for the Red Sox. Leads the American League in ERA. Knuckleballers who have led the league in ERA in the last 70 years. Hoyt Wilhelm did it twice, and Phil Niekro back in 1967. Only 6 Red Sox pitchers in the last 100 years have led the American League in ERA. Babe Ruth, one of them. There's Pedro Martinez, Roger Clemens, Luis Tiant, amongst others.
Halo setting up 9-1-2 here to third against Wright. Simmons, Calhoun, and Trout. Angelton hitting .227. Skies this one to shallow left. Rockhold coming in. 1 down. Looked good on the swing, so fortunately nothing bothered him after rolling it.
Exactly. He didn't look real comfortable initially after going for that ball that Ortiz hit, but seemed to be all right after that swing.
Here's Calhoun, who singled in the first. Shift on. Broken bat roll to first. Shaw feeds right, 2 down.
Now here's tonight's Cold Hard Facts, which are brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light with Mike Trout. Coming to the plate, has never homered at Fenway Park in his 14th game. Homered in every other current AL and National League parks, so at least most of them he has 6 of the NL parks, but he is hitting .373 coming into the game in this ballpark with 10 RBI, but no big flies yet.
I see what you're doing. You must have him in the home run pool. That's what it is.
And I said no home runs yet.
He pulls this one past the third baseman and into the corner.
Inside the park home run.
Yep. That would need for Holt to fall down and never get up. Double for Trout with 2 outs. That's his 19th double.
He has been an extra base hit machine of late. Talked about 6 of them in his last 7 games. Make that now 7 extra base hits in his last 8 games, right down the line. Hernandez done a nice job at third base, but unable to get anywhere near that shot by Trout for a double. 19th double of the season.
Jock had been batting .373 in this ballpark, 13 career games. 1 for 2. Here's Albert. He walked in the first. It's 4 hits allowed by Wright. Yeah, you see kind of the frustration from Wright tonight. Can't get that knuckleball to go where he'd like for it to.
Sometimes when it's humid like it is tonight, it's very difficult to get that grip of the fingernails on and the knuckles on the baseball to create that good action on his knuckleball. And most of his knuckleballs been almost going away like a slider or a curveball. Most times they'll drift and go down and in against a right-handed batter.
I was going to say too, but the fact this is being his 16th start, rarely do you see nowadays, it seems like, you see a guy that has had a decision virtually every game. Just 2 no decisions on the season. 3 balls, 1 strike.
It almost used to be automatic for American League pitchers, because you're given that opportunity even behind in the games to be still pitching in that 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
He's coming off a loss against Texas, 3 runs. I'm sorry, 8 runs, 3 earned, 4 2/3. 3-1. There's a walk. Second one. Both to Pujols. Bat flips headed to first. It'll bring up Jeffrey Marte. It's almost like he's content on giving Albert. He hasn't been close to the plate Albert yet.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good numbers. 2 for 5 against him in a limited amount of at bats, but a home run. And 2 RBI against Wright.
First and second, 2 outs. Marte 0 for 1. He grounded into a double play that ended the first. See how drenched the jersey is of Wright. Muggy afternoon, early evening. The hat looks pretty soaked too already.
Yes.
0-2.
When that knuckleball again going down and away for Wright. Has the baseball in the glove initially before he goes into that grip for his knuckleball. See, they're getting a knuckleball grip.
Called strike 3. Down goes Marte, and the Angels lead 2 on base. Went to the bottom of the 3rd with Boston up 1-0. baseball together on the same field. It's the 2016 MLB All-Star Game, Tuesday, July 12th, live from San Diego and only on Fox. That is coming up a week from Tuesday. We flash back since we're at Fenway Park, 1999. Oh, man. Tony Gwynn and Ted Williams.
The splendid splinter. What a moment that was for everybody to get an opportunity to talk. Of course, Tony Gwynn talking hitting with the great, one of the greatest, if not the greatest hitters of all time, and Ted Williams.
Yep.
What a moment that was. I remember that. I think it was yesterday. All-Star Game moments.
Boston up 1-0, bottom of the third. Betts, Pedroia, Bogaerts, top of the order. 2 balls, no strikes. Betts with a double in the bottom of the first. Boston scoring their run in the first inning. Their first inning run for the Red Sox since June the 11th. Which they stumbled at the end of June. They went 10-16. This one's line to left and another hit. So 2-hit game already for Mookie Betts.
He's hit everything hard so far in this game. He has throughout this entire season.
He's picked up his 100th and 101st hit of the season. He and Bogaerts become the first pair of Sox teammates with 100 or more hits. The team's first 81 games since 1988. Can you name those guys? Mogsy, obviously one of them.
Greenwell?
Mike Greenwell, yep.
He probably helped out both of them.
Boggs had 104. Dwight Evans, who's here tonight, 101. Greenwell 100. And Marty Barrett.
Oh, yeah, my favorite.
100 hits.
Yeah.
They had 4 guys.
Marty Barrett, World Series hero back in '86.
Snap throw to first, and Betts is back in there. Marty ever get you?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah. Here.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
home run over the Green Monster. I was real happy about it, too. Very happy about it.
You didn't congratulate him? Stand near home? Hey.
Eventually I did. When he came around the plate somewhere down the road. Yes, I did.
In your own way,
your
own special way.
Yes. He's always a kind person.
That's why you're the mayor.
Oh, yeah. Me and Sean Casey. That's it. Yes, indeed.
Pedroia 0 for 1. Grounded out in the first. Another former Red Sox, by the way. He didn't get you, did he?
No, he didn't face him. Dwight Evans, though, yes.
Ground ball to short. Should be 2. Simmons, Giavatello on to first. And there it is. The Angels turn a double play, 2 down. Again, those quick hands by Andrew Simmons. Catch and release.
It's amazing how quick he gets rid of the baseball.
Imagine him fishing.
The fish would just jump on the reel, then jump back in the boat. It's like, okay, I can go back in the water. Yeah, go back.
Gives new meaning to catch and release.
Yes.
Base is clear for Xander Bogaerts. Grounded out, but picked up an RBIs. 51st of the year in the first.
They're catching the incredible Mr. Limpet at one point. The fish, bringing him back up there. Say, hey, can you let me go? Okay, you're back in there. Quick release.
2 balls, no strikes. Well, almost to a man, these right-handed batters for the Red Sox. That open stance. Just watch them track pitches, especially with our vantage point here, because it almost seems like we're right above home plate. And they take that stride and they're ready to attack on everything.
Yeah, they're open
pitch.
stance, but they step right towards and close their stance as the pitch is being thrown. A lot of times you'll think, okay, they're inviting you to try to sneak something inside, but what they're allowed themselves to do is coverage on the outer part of the plate and hook that ball off the Green Monster as a right-handed batter. And if you miss in, they're going to hit it over the Monster.
And Bogaerts kind of a modified Hanley Ramirez type stance with that leg kick, and he works a 2-out walk. First free pass issued by Shashi. And they'll bring up David Ortiz.
One thing to always keep an eye on when it comes to Sheen, when he walks a batter, it comes in bunches, it seems to. He's got to settle right back in and finish off this inning against a very dangerous, difficult hitter. And David Ortiz, who had a base hit his first at bat.
Chacin issued 4 walks and had no strikeouts. 4 2/3 in his last start. That was Saturday against Oakland. Ortiz with a single his first time up. He lines this one to center. Make that a multi-hit game. Bogaerts advances to second.
Very aggressive in counts, Ortiz. Not necessarily a few years ago was he that way. He gets along, wants something firm that first pitch. First or second pitch, gets the foot down, grabs that one right back up the middle. It's a good piece of hitting right there, not trying to pull the baseball.
Yeah, that mindset of working counts and working pitches to throw pitches kind of falling by the wayside.
I was going to say
year
that
by year.
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
You're going to always have guys that are comfortable hitting behind in the count, so they're not afraid to take pitches early in the count. Trout being one of them, obviously. Albert likes to take early. Hacks a lot second pitch.
Yes. But you're seeing a lot of pitchers right now. You look at percentage of first pitch strikes, you're seeing a lot of them. So all of a sudden you're behind 0-1. And always the percentages are that hitters don't hit as well behind 0-1 as compared to 1-0. And the way bullpens are used right now, there's no use in trying to work counts to get a starter out of the game, because a lot of managers are happier to be able to go down the bullpens.
Right. Yeah, staffs are being built backwards now from the bullpen forward. Little topper toward first. Cron comes in. It's a fair ball, and Cron will take it himself. That ends the threat. Three complete here in Boston. 1-0 Red Sox. As we begin the fourth, I want to remind you that 70s theme weekend is coming up right after the All-Star break. And it begins Friday, July 15th with the White Sox in town. Fans in attendance that night will receive a groovy rally monkey courtesy of Jack in the Box while supplies last. Visit angels.com/promotions to get your tickets.
Plenty of time for you to get your Johnny Bravo costume.
Nava takes a strike. You're the guy that's got all the costumes. Your closet must be like an old Hollywood set or something. The props and costumes.
Yeah.
Nava with the base hit his first time up. He's ahead of the count at 2-1 strike. Buddy the Elf.
Yeah. Was Buddy the Elf there at the stadium? That was him?
Couldn't keep his hat on. Cute back to the mound. He'll always do a Crockett and Tubbs.
Oh, yeah.
That's not 70s, though. Still a good look.
Yeah, it is still a good look. Go that Saturday Night Live look for you. Do a little John Travolta.
Oh,
yeah, that'd be perfect for you.
Something tells me you've got the white polyester suit.
I used to have it.
C.J. Cron saw one pitch into fly ball to left field in his first at bat. Takes the knuckleball this time for a strike. Cron hitting .265 with 6 home runs and 33 RBIs coming into play today. He rips this one down the line. That's a fair ball. Into the corner. CJ will turn and head towards second. Brock Holt's throw. One hopper, and it gets Cron. So that'll go down as a single and a put out by Holt. 2 down.
What a throw by Holt. He got himself in very good throwing position. Mike Scioscia wants to take a look at this just to make sure. Carrying right to him. He got himself a very good throwing position and a firm throw. And a quick tag by Pedroia at second base. See if he got him. Yep, got him.
Raised the foot. No argument from Cron. No challenge by Scioscia. You got to remember, regardless of who you are, down the left field line, it's 310. It's a high school field, lengthwise. So you're thinking double, you hit one in the corner, you better be busting out of the box thinking double. And credit Holt, who got over there quickly, threw a strike.
And you have enough practice of it as Karam's off that green monster, and he was in perfect position to get that Karam and a perfect throw to second.
Givatello with a base hit his first time up. Shoots this one to the right side. Shaw to the backhand has it. Wright is covering, and the Angels are done here in the fourth. Holt, Shaw, Vasquez coming up for Boston. They lead at 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the inning. This telecast of Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is brought to you by Subaru, making the world a better place. That's why they created Subaru Loves to Care, Subaru's commitment to a healthier community. By Heffernan Insurance Brokers, insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit HEFINS.com. And by El Pollo Loco, try the new fire-grilled chicken burritos today. 1-0 Boston leads it. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Jhoulys Chacín back out of the mound. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 hits allowed. He'll face Brock Holt to lead things off here. Holt struck out looking. He led off the second. He's 0 for 1. Holt originally a 9th round pick in '09 by the Pittsburgh Pirates out of Rice University. Came over to Boston in a 4-player deal. Joel Hanrahan was involved in that one. Mark Melanson going the other way to Pittsburgh. Two balls, one strike. Backdoor breaking ball. Evens the count. Halos have struggled against the American League East this year. 1-9 record. So he reaches for this one, shoots it into the seats. And I think that got somebody too. Two. Down and in, full count.
Trying to stay inside against Holt with his fastball. Going to count, hit his spot. That one missed by quite a bit.
Shaw's on deck. There's a payoff. Foul back. Off the foot. A little better rhythm, better command for Chacín tonight.
I like the movement on his fastball too, trusting that movement, not trying to be too fine painting the corner with it.
A battle here between Holt and Chacín to start this 4th inning. New calendar month, July the 1st. The Angels could try to a little more consistent baseball as Holt shoots one out toward left center field. That is a base hit. Nava can't cut it off. Holt on his way to second. He is in there. The lead-off double.
That's a real good at bat throughout by Holt. Throwing off some tough pitches. Finally got a pitch, middle part of the plate. It was down, but middle of the plate, and he shoots that ball to left center field for a double. It's elevated enough just above the knees for Holt to go inside out. Lines it in left center field in his 5th double of the season.
So Travis Shaw will come up. First baseman tonight is 0 for 1. Playing his 22nd game at first base. He's got 64 games under his belt at third base. A 25-year-old. Fouls that one into the ground. Short hops into the glove of Perez. No balls and a strike. Travis, the son of former big league pitcher Jeff Shaw. At the Kent State. 9th round pick in 2011. Ground ball down the line and under the glove of Cron. Holt will come in to score. Shaw is on his way to second, and he is in there standing up. 2-0 Boston. goes into that slide that he likes to go into, just couldn't come up with a baseball.
They're trying to keep it in front of us, down and in that pitch. Chacin to Shaw. Looked like it got between the glove and his body.
Like he didn't even need to go into the slide, is what you're saying.
In other words, stay on your feet, get that ball in the glove. You have plenty of opportunity at that point. Trusting Chacin going to be able to be over at first base for the flip over throw from C.J. Cron.
Yep. Of course, they'll call that a double with an RBI. Nobody out. Christian Vasquez, the catcher, up. Takes a breaking ball. Borderline pitch. It's ball one. Nice block by Carlos. 2-0 count. Double for Shaw, by the way, his 23rd.
Nice job keeping this in front of Carlos. Pitch in the dirt. Squared up his shoulders, keeps the glove down there to make sure with the spin, especially on a breaking ball, doesn't go away from him.
Two and one, caught the inside corner. Got him at second base. Nice pick off attack, perfectly timed by Andrelton Simmons. One down.
Perfect height from that throw from Chacin to second base. Simmons quickly goes to the base, a timing play, quick tag, gets him at second. That's a big out. Now that's perfect as far as the technique for Chacin. Spins around, perfect throw, and the tag applied before the hand can even get back to the base by Simmons.
Two one.
And it's those little things that Simmons does so well. Knowing, with back-to-back doubles, Boston's a lineup that could score some runs. You're just trying to figure out a way to help your pitcher out. Puts a pickoff on and does it right, perfectly right, to get a quick out with it. See how well this was done by Chacin into Simmons, worthy of a Carlos Cam replay. Perfect technique, perfect throw, the height and the quick tag by Simmons. Timing, play to perfection.
And down goes Vasquez, good off-speed pitch, 2 down. Strikeout number 3 for Jolice.
I mean, when you go back to that play by Simmons, he puts that one on, you get a quick out, all of a sudden, Sheen's got a little bit of momentum going, gets a perfect pitch, you get a swing and miss instead of potentially a ground ball to that right side of the infield, and Shaw's able to advance to third. There's 2 outs now, all because of that pickoff put on by Simmons.
Marco Hernandez grounded out second inning. Third baseman's 0 for 1. This one pulled into right field. Went off speed on an 0-2 and just kind of left it enough of the strike zone where Hernandez can go down and get it. Third hit of the inning. And it spins the lineup back to the top with Mookie Betts coming up.
A little bit too much of the plate on that all-speed pitch. Good piece of hitting.
Betts 2 for 2 with a double and a single. He shoots this one into right field, make that a 3-hit game. Hernandez is going to turn, try to go to third. The throw is cut off. And now Betts in a rundown.
Again,
thank you very much.
Simmons, his instincts are off the charts. How well he was able to get through that inning. That play cuts it off and right away looks at Betts and applies a tag. No runs scored after that by the Red Sox. Top of the fifth. It could have been a little bit worse, but another outstanding play by the defense. It's an AT&T high-speed replay. Cole Calhoun charges the baseball perfectly, though. The one-hop throw to Simmons, he's already got his eye looking exactly where Betts was going to be. Runs right at him and tags him before the run could even attempt to score. That's those part of that game that Simmons has that not many people have in this game. Those instincts, thinking before the ball was even hit his way or thrown his way. What a play that was.
Unfortunately, Cole kept that ball down as opposed to trying to airmail it all the way to third to give Simmons that opportunity.
It's amazing when you look at that replay, you can see Simmons kind of looking and peeking over where Betts was. Knows there's no way they're going to be able to get him at third. Hernandez was going to be in there, but that's just an unbelievable play. Two very good defensive plays in that inning alone by Simmons.
Two big plays. Because otherwise you have no idea what happens.
That could have been a huge inning for the Red Sox. They did get one run, but it could have been a lot worse.
Perez, Simmons, Calhoun for the Angels here in the fifth against Stephen Wright. Since fouled back. Full count. Called strike three. Perez goes down looking for the first out. Great strikeout for Wright.
And he painted a fastball right on the outside corner. 88-mile-an-hour fastball to boot. Stayed back on it well and just paints the corner with a four-seam fastball. As a hitter, you're looking knuckleball. When you look at the percentages of knuckleballs thrown this year by Wright, 80% to 16% fastballs, 4% curveballs.
Simmons, a fly ball to left field his first time up. 3 balls, no strikes. Top of the order, Cole Calhoun on deck.
Imagine Simmons getting a fastball now and then a fastball on a 3-1 count. There's the one fastball. Imagine getting another one now.
Three-1. Chopper toward third. Hernandez comes charging in. That is a fair ball. No throw by Hernandez. So that goes an infield base hit.
That's the home plate umpire's call before that baseball gets to the base at third. And from our angle here, it looked like the right call. Stayed right down that third baseline. Real good angle right here to see that baseball stay right down along the line. See how it checked back in, and it's a fair ball. Great job by our camera guys here on this one. Field hit for Simmons.
Cole 1 for 2. Had a single in his first at bat to lead off the game. And he takes inside. Pitches up a little bit. Candles with 6 hits tonight. Boston with 8. This one grounded toward the right side. Pedroia far to his left has it. Only plays to first. 2 down. Simmons in scoring position now for Trout.
After all these years, Pedroia is still with great range at that second base position.
Thinking the exact same thing. 4-time Gold Glove Award winner.
Always puts himself in the position to make a play. It's the most ever by a Red Sox infielder. 4 Gold Gloves. Second base for Pedroia.
Trout struck out looking in the first inning. Doubled down the left field line to third. 19th double of the year. Pretty much have the we'll have to wait till Tuesday, but the starting outfield for the American League in this game. Trout, Betts, and Bradley. He's at the last vote tally.
It's pretty difficult to get anything in that outfield grass in Petco Park. It's got to be way over the fence with that speed in the outfield.
Ball gets away, and that'll allow Simmons to get to third. Off the gloves, you figure they'll give it a pass ball. Although, with the knuckleball, you never know.
Never easy to catch a knuckleballer. I see that try to catch that ball, and Vasquez is a very good defensive catcher. A lot of times the catcher will have that modified catcher slash first baseman when they're catching a knuckleballer.
Ground ball over to second. Pedroia's got it. Halos leave a man in scoring position. We hit at the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 Boston. Box score for the Boston Red Sox. Mookie Betts with a 3-hit game. David Ortiz with a multi-hit game. As Boston has a total of 8 knocks so far through 4 innings against Jhoulys Chacín. He'll face Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Ortiz here in the 5th. 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. As Pedroia bounces and fouls. Matter of fact, Chacín allowed 4 hits in the 4th with just 1 run because of the pickoff at second, and then Betts running into the 3rd out. Chacín pitching perhaps for his spot in the rotation. He's been brutally inconsistent of late. Do have Nick Tropiano at AAA as that one's inside. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Also had Tyler Skaggs making their start at AAA, getting closer. Probably about three weeks away potentially for Tyler Skaggs. If he could stay right now.
Down and away. 2 balls and a strike. Starting to rain here. It's a strong mist, if you will. It's supposed to pick up. It's get a little bit later. 9 o'clock hour, even 10 o'clock, it's supposed to be about 90% chance of rain. But this an official game now. This one's fouled back. Just below us.
My first game ever doing here. Pedroia went in here off the wall here behind us and in the back on the pitcher's mound. So he's been known to hit a fly ball up here.
Sure hit the wall, not your hands.
Well, that same thing. Rock hands. Old skillet hands.
2-2. Pedroia chops this one to short. 2-hopper. 1 down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP.
There's some great sounds off the bat here at Fenway Park. We always talk about how great it sounds off the bat at Target Field in Minnesota. Same thing here at Fenway.
Ted Bogaerts, RBI ground out in the 1st, walked in the 3rd. By the way, this was the crew that was in New York this past week when they experienced that 3+ hour rain delay. Yankees and Rangers. Just letting you know.
Just let me know that one.
I just happened to realize that Paul Nart was in that crew. This is their crew. 2 balls, 1 strike.
So we need to bring them out to California then, you're saying. Get some rain.
Yeah. Angels have been pretty lucky this year on the road.
Yes.
As far as the
Especially
weather.
that opening series where we were in San Francisco, Minnesota, and Chicago.
Yeah. There's Paul.
Good all-speed pitcher on a fastball count from Chacín. The old backup slider.
Yeah. Strikeout number 4 for Chacín. Hey, join us every Friday night home game at 5:30 p.m. in the Game 1 Music Garden for pregame concerts presented by Budweiser, featuring some of your favorite local bands. Visit angels.com/band to get your tickets. David Ortiz at the plate. 2 for 2. Takes the first pitch.
Making a hitter move his feet. I've always felt that was more effective than throwing up and in on a hitter. They can just move out of the way. This one, you're moving your feet because they love to get their feet planted in the batter's box to be in position to see the baseball. And a little glare from Ortiz.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's had that working tonight to get back into counts. His slider.
This one ripped down the right field line, and that is gone. David Ortiz sneaks one around that pesky pole, and it's 3-0 Boston. It's a 3-hit game for Ortiz.
Home run, 64th RBI. Boy, has he really put on a show. It's our top tier play of the game, brought to you by Arco. Little slider went down and got it, and hooks it right down the right field line for a home run here at Fenway Park. Right down in that corner by the pesky pole for a home run.
Chance of Poppy filling the stadium now.
Home run totals.
This one beats the shift. Bradley rounding first, and he will slam on the brakes. 10th hit allowed by Chassis. These two after the first 2 outs recorded here in the 5th. Brock Holt 1 for 2. The left fielder doubled his last time up, scored a run. No balls and a strike. Home run for Ortiz, 522nd of his career, just past McCovey, Thomas, and Williams.
Arguably one of the most beloved sports figures up here in the Boston area ever. I mean, he is, every time he comes to the plate, it's a huge ovation for him. And has been for a long time.
So we're talking ever. We're talking, if you had to rank them, it's got to be Brady now, right?
Yeah, I was going to say Tom
Larry
Brady.
Bird.
Yeah. Right. Bobby Orr's amongst that
Bobby
conversation.
Orr. Bill Russell.
They've had a lot of them over the years, but David Ortiz.
No, I agree with you.
As many great baseball players they've had here because he was able to bring them some championships. That elevated him.
How would you rank it?
I'd have to go Brady #1. Bill Russell, though, it's tough to go against Bill Russell either.
One-two count here on Holt. 2 outs. Bradley over at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You're thinking pretty hard about that, aren't you? It's tough.
Because there are a lot of great players that have come through here. This one's out toward left field. This one's hit well. Nava moving back, and he'll pull up. That's off the monster. Bradley will easily score from first. It's a double for Holt, and it's 4-0 Boston. That's 3 straight 2-out hits for the Red Sox.
Holt's second double. Break them all that stayed upstairs, and Holt went with the pitch. A lot of places that's a routine fly ball out, but off the wall, it's a double and an RBI for Holt.
Well, the way this little storm cell is blowing through, you've got the wind kind of blowing out toward left field as well. Where the wind and the rain is kind of picked up here. Intentional walk forthcoming with Christian Vasquez on deck. Shaw 1 for 2. He doubled homer run in the fourth. This will be the second walk issued by Jolice. There's ball 4.
Quick visit now with Charles Nagy running out to the mound. Quick conversation to get Sheen through this inning. Been a close game, especially with this rain now.
This is a 3-game series against Boston. The Red Sox will be coming to town beginning on July 28th in honor of David Ortiz's last game. The Angels will honor the Red Sox slugger before the game.
96 pitches from him for Sheen, but you're right about that with David Ortiz. He's had some big moments in his career against the Angels, especially here in this ballpark.
It's a 4-game series against Boston at home. Two outs, 2 on, 4-0 Boston. Vasquez loops one out to left center. That'll get down for a base hit. Holt will come in to score. Shaw will stop at second. And Boston keeps on rolling here in the 5th with 2 outs. It's 5-0.
It's been that big inning going against Luis Chacín in his career with the Angels. He looked so good for a period of time that all of a sudden you look up, a big inning goes against him. 3 runs already in the sitting now for Boston. Break the ball, not a bad pitch off the end of the bat. Falls in perfectly for a base hit and an RBI for Vasquez.
Mike Scioscia coming out. That's going to be it for Chacín. He retired the first 2 batters here in the 5th, Pedroia and Bogaerts. He got Bogaerts on an odd strikeout swing, but then has been unable to get that 3rd out. So De Oliveira coming out of relief here in the 5th. The Red Sox up 5-0. Sports West is brought to you by the Chevy Drive event at your Southern California Chevy dealers. By Energy Upgrade California. It's easy to stay golden at energyupgradeca.org. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
With the rain falling here at Fenway Park, 2 outs. The Red Sox have rallied to add to their lead. It is currently 5-0.
97 pitches for Chacin, 4 2/3. 12 hits. He's responsible for the 2 guys on base as Deolis Guerra comes on in place of him. So in and out, who's in, who's out. Guerra pitching in his 14th game, 1-0 mark at a 2.61 ERA, 17 strikeouts, no walks in 20 2/3 innings. Facing Marco Hernandez, the third baseman, who's 1 for 2. Hernandez had a base hit to right field in his last at bat. Rain's let up a little bit. It's blocked by Carlos. That's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Change up in the dirt, blocked very well by Carlos Perez again.
One. Helped out Guerra.
Good change up, a little bit off the plate though.
Down and in. Hernandez getting a taste of big league life for the first time this year. Picked up from the Cubs in the Felix Doubront trade. '26th game. Two. Breaking ball, misses down and in. Looks like Carlos crossed up.
Yeah, because that pitch was close to being a strike. It was very difficult for a home plate umpire to call that a strike. And as a catcher, you can't frame this pitch. You can see this pitch right here. It's a good one. He's anticipating a fastball, got a break ball instead. That would have been real close.
Now you got a full count with 2 outs. Shaw from second, Vasquez from first will get a head start. And he goes down, swing on the off-speed pitch. The inning comes to an end, but Boston adds 3. We head to the 6th inning. Halos down 5-0.
coverage of baseball. Cleveland wins 2-1 in 19 innings. Detroit leading Tampa Bay 3-0. Tampa has really struggled, 13 and lost 13 last 15. And Seattle, Baltimore later on tonight. But going back to that game in Toronto, Carlos Santana, as far as our game break in the 19th inning, solo shot. Some sweet music from Carlos Santana as Cleveland wins their 14th in a row. Trevor Bauer, 5 innings of relief work to get the win. That game took 6 hours and 13 minutes.
Was that Darwin Barney on the mound?
You know what? I know he was warming up, watching that game.
It sure was.
That was
6 hours and 13 minutes. You said that. That's right. And in that time frame, that 6 hours, the NBA spent about $600 million on free agents.
What my Sixers do? They do well. Free agent market again.
Yeah, they drafted another big guy.
Another center.
Yeah, they brought in another couple free agents that are centers.
Perfect.
Bad backs or something. Top of the 6th inning. Too soon.
No.
Albert to lead things off against Stephen Wright, the knuckleballer. And that one missed inside. Pujols, Marte, and Nava here in the 6th inning. Albert's walked twice.
By the way, that Cleveland Indian rotation and bullpen has been unbelievable this year. 14 games in a row. Last 2 games against Toronto, in Toronto, giving up a total of 2 runs, and that's covering 28 innings pitched.
Albert
2 runs.
fouls it off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They can pitch. And they're getting enough offense to make it hold up.
Michael Brantley getting close to coming back for them also in the second half, more than likely right after the All-Star game.
Full count. Indians went 22-6 in the month of June with a 2.42 ERA. And they hit 270, which is their best hitting month. 3-2, and Albert skies one to left field. Towering shot. Brock Holt drifting back, still going back, and at the monster leaps up and no chance. Albert in at second, just barely ahead of the throw for a leadoff double.
That baseball had some height to it that Albert hit. Knuckle that stayed up high in the strike zone. And Albert underneath it, skied it out to left field. That green monster played very well again. That's from center field. I mean, from Bradley working his way over from center field. Well, if you practice enough, and you have to do that as an outfielder in this ballpark, you see those guys working on that play off the wall early during batting practice, whether you're the left fielder or especially as a center fielder, for the caroms off the green monster. Because with the scoreboard there, you have different breaks off the baseball almost every time it's hit there. So you got to practice all those different angles.
That hit Marte. So the Angels get their first 2 here to start the 6th on board. Yeah, that scoreboard on the monster does not sit flush on the wall. It kind of juts out just a little bit. So you get some angles and nooks and crannies. And that's the top there where the ladder comes down. That's where that ball hit that Albert hit.
Yeah, not easy at all.
First and second, nobody out. Daniel Nava coming up. He has a hit tonight. If you take a look at the in-game box score, the Angels with a total of 7 hits. And now Carl Willis going to come out, a little stall tactic. Some scrambling going on in the Red Sox bullpen.
Three walks in the game for Wright. 3 strikeouts. Been helped out by some solid defense behind him so far in this game. Again, in this ballpark, one swing of the bat, then all of a sudden the Angels are right back in it.
Nava 1 for 2. A single and a bouncer back to the mound.
The Hyundai key for this game is going back to don't look back. And you don't want to miss an opportunity. Like on that fastball right there to regret not going after one, be aggressive and take a shot at one right now, especially for Nava, be able to pull that one right down in that right field corner on a knuckleball potentially right now.
One. Found into the mid. 1 and 2.
He's going all fastballs so far in this at bat.
I'm telling you, he has not looked super comfortable at all, even from the get-go, throwing that knuckleball. And I can imagine it just becomes even that much more difficult with the rain falling to get that grip and that comfort zone.
I think that's why you see the bullpen up here at this point, even though he's not allowed to run yet. Only 83 pitches thrown. Because he's just not comfortable throwing the knuckleball tonight.
Oh, missed upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And it's never easy for a home plate umpire to ump a game with a knuckleball pitcher. You're just anticipating that knuckleball going anywhere near the strikes that are close enough where you will call it a strike, because a lot of times you're not going to look like you called the pitch correctly. When the catcher catches the ball, it's when it's crossing the plate.
Now we're trying to lean into that one.
Well, if you're going to get hit by a pitch, you might as well get hit by a knuckleball,
right? Might be his last batter. C.J. Cron on deck.
You might be right. Local boy for Torrance. Got away with a fastball there, 81-mile-an-hour fastball.
Matt Barnes getting ready. Payoff pitch. Nava draws a walk, and they're loaded up. A double, a hit by a pitch, now a walk. John Farrell be coming back out.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make that move once he finds out he's ready down there in the bullpen and has that look. Well, the arms are crossed. He's going to give one more shot.
Those are the decisions, especially when you see writers writing about your supposed future.
Yeah.
They come back to haunt you. Cron gets a hold of one. Draws the Angels within 1. That's in there for a strike. But if he gets a double play ball, he's a genius.
Oh, yeah.
Funny how that works. CJ 1 for 2. Fly ball to left in the second. Single down the left field line in the 4th. Was thrown out at second, trying to stretch it into a double.
Good to see John Farrell healthy now for the Red Sox.
1-2. Pujols standing at third base, Marte at second, Nava at first. Nobody out. Looks like he's purposely trying to throw a slower knuckleball.
Yeah, that has a lot more break and really far off to the outside part of the plate.
Giavatello's on deck. It's 5-0 Boston. We're at the top of the 6th inning.
Giavatello's had a couple good swings against Wright already in this game, 1 for 2. And 1 out was a hard hit ball to first.
Full count.
Boy, he's a knuckleballer. Bases are loaded, no outs. Got to throw a fastball here. And if you're CJ Cron, you got to be geared up thinking fastball. With a lot of guts, even though he throws a lot of knuckleballs. He's had a tough time coming close enough to the strike zone for a hitter to attack it.
This is the one pitch that, as a hitter, you hope he doesn't throw like the one breaking ball of the night, because that's where you get locked up.
Yeah. If he throws a curveball and he throws it for a strike, you just almost at the point where you just tip your cap to him.
Full count, bases loaded, nobody out. Here's a 3-2. Fastball drilled out to deep left center field. Got a chance. Gone! Grand slam for CJ Cron. It is 5-4 Boston.
And just like that, he tried to sneak a fastball inside. And right on cue, a grand slam for CJ Cron. That ball was crushed. All of a sudden, you got yourself a game right now. Tried to sneak that fastball in, and he was ready. It's exactly what the process should be for a hitter against Wright. 3-2 count, no outs, bases loaded, got a fastball, and the damage was done.
First career grand slam for CJ Cron, and the Angels trail it by a run. A nice swing of the bat on a 3-2 count by CJ Cron, picking up his first career grand slam.
I just love the fact that he was looking fastball and he got one on the inner half of the plate. Very dangerous pitch. Surprised that they set up inside. Right, throwing that fastball in. CJ Cron did not miss that one. First career grand slam. Cron, 7th home run, now 37 RBIs. Second hit of the game for him also.
5 for 8 on the season with the bases loaded. Matt Barnes takes over here. 30th game of the year. 2-3 mark at a 3.13 ERA. 37 strikeouts, 18 walks, and 37 1/3 innings. Connecticut native. Nobody out here in the 6th. This is a slightly different look too. Big guy with throwing 96, mid-90s. After seeing a knuckleballer the first couple times up. Barnes listed at 6'4", 26 years of age now. First round pick, 2011 out of UConn. One ball, one strike.
Average fastball is going to be about 96.6. So he's 94 to 99 range. Slider, curveball, pretty good curveball also, and a changeup.
Two one count.
It's amazing in this ballpark, that one swing and all of a sudden you're right back in this game. So many crazy scores over the years in this yard.
That's on the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Right out of the game now, looking on. Wonder if this bullpen can maintain that lead for him.
Two. Johnny fouls it back. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count. There's John Farrell. He had Barnes ready to go. Opted to stick with the right. A 5-0 lead became a 1-run lead.
Very respected around the game. Won a World Series championship in his first year back in 2013. Did a nice job up in Toronto. Very good pitching coach over the years.
Full count. Givatella 1 for 2. Carlos Perez on deck. Here comes the payoff pitch. Chopper back to the mound. Barnes has it. 1 down. Picks up Carlos. Barnes good friends with Houston Astros right fielder George Springer, growing up together playing summer ball. They put together UConn for 3 seasons. He's got to the big leagues for the first time in 2014, pitching in 5 games. Last year 32 games. 5.44 ERA.
Carlos has had a real tough time with pitches away. He's looking for something middle in here to do some damage. He's had a tough time, especially with breaker balls going down and away. That is a firm fastball. That one at 97. After trying to track a knuckleball throughout this game.
Carlos shooting one down the line, goes foul. Perez double play ball in the 2nd, struck out looking in the 5th. Val Tipton with a mitt. 2 down.
Ran that fastball upstairs. Some movement on it. Get a swing and miss. Wanted that one away. Ended up being up in middle.
Simmons 1 for 2 with a single. It's upstairs with the fastball. Angels with 8 hits tonight. Boston with 12. Red Sox at 3 at the bottom of the 5th inning. The Angels have answered with 4 here in the 6th. Slam by Cron. Get the Angels back into this one.
On a 3-2 fastball from right. Especially with no outs, had a challenge Cron and lost that battle.
One and 2. 98 on that last fastball. Check swing, did not go. Anderson back foot slipped a little bit on that check swing.
A pretty consistent drizzle here for the last couple of innings. And back foot slip.
He was up the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball high, full count. Top of the order, and Cole Calhoun on deck. Dale Oscaro will take the mound at the bottom of the 6th inning. They'll face the top of the order for Boston. That's Pedroia and Bogaerts. Foul back.
There's a lot of fastballs on that outside part of the plate. Very difficult to try to pull that. You got to think in terms of trying to drive that one to the right field, the right center field.
Another payoff. Simmons chops it on the ground, third base side. Barnes, with that wet grass, fires a strike to first. The Angels are done here in the 6th, but first 4 on base with Cron cleaning it up with a grand slam. The Angels now trail at 5-4. considering the Angels just put 4 on the board in the top half of the inning. But as De Oliveira was starting to get his warm-up pitches on here, the head grounds crew has come out a couple of times to talk with Paul Narton and the rest of the crew. It appears, though, even though it's a light drizzle right now, we mentioned that about 9 to 10 o'clock range, that big storm's supposed to blow through here. I guess you see the iPad there that it's close enough to, let's say, put the tarp on the field now, let it blow through, and then resume play
Yeah,
afterward.
I mean, but the thing is that Mike Scioscia and the Angels are wondering, well, it's the same type of rain we've been seeing for the last couple of innings. Well, I've been around a number of these heavy storms coming through. It's difficult for times for groundskeepers to get to tarp on when you're going to have some heavy winds and potentially some strong rains.
Yeah, the winds are the one that
It's not
kill you.
easy to do it.
So the tarp is on the field. We're officially in a rain delay. And you hope that it's a quick one. Otherwise, you burn through De Oliveira. And I think that's why Scioscia came out, wasn't overly happy with the rain delay, considering we've been playing through this for now for about an inning and a half.
Yeah, and he's thrown the ball well, and he just finished off that last inning with a very good pitch to be able to limit the damage.
So we are officially in a rain delay. Red Sox on top 5-4 at the bottom of the 6th inning. Unfortunately for the Angels, it is also an official game. So we want this to kind of blow through here and see if the Angels can kind of pull this one out and start the road trip on a winning note. Just saw some flash of lightning here, and there's that storm that's getting ready to blow through here. So we will continue to update you throughout the night, throughout this rain delay. But for now, enjoy, in my own words, the Houston Street Edition. about to resume. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning with the Red Sox leading it by the score of 5-4. Because of the long rain delay, we've got a pitching change. We'll talk about that here momentarily. Let's get you caught up as to what we've seen today. You see Big Poppy there. Gooby, he homered today.
Yeah, take a look at the game summary. Back in the 5th inning, Big Poppy with 2 outs, no one on. Line drive home run down the right field line. His 19th home run, 3rd hit of the game so far, as Boston at that point had a comfortable 5-0 lead. But with the bases loaded in the 6th inning, C.J. Cron on a 3-2 fastball from Stephen Wright barrels that one up and hits it out over the Green Monster for his first career grand slam. And we are now a close game at 5-4, and that's where we will resume right now with Joe Smith on the mound for the Angels. Bottom of the 6th inning, down only by 1 now.
Yeah, Deolis Guerra ends up going 1/3 of an inning. Remember, it was Guerra going out to the mound when the rain delay was called. Joe Smith activated off the 15-day disabled list today. Mike Warren was sent out. So Joe will be pitching in his 26th game, 1-3 mark and a 3.91 ERA. And Joe's going to be facing the top of the order here. It'll be Mookie Betts, Dustin Pedroia, and Xander Bogaerts. Joe missed pretty much the entire month of June dealing with a hamstring issue. He had some tightness and soreness there prior to landing on the disabled list. But ended up having to go on it. Got healthy, had a couple of rehab appearances, and here he is at Fenway Park as we resume play in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, you wonder if Boston will test him as far as that hamstring by maybe bunting, especially with the grass a little bit wet in the infield.
Bogaerts, or pardon me, Betts 3 for 3, 2 singles and a double. Chopper toward 3rd. Marte comes in, and there's out number 1.
Joe Smith, pretty good career numbers versus the Red Sox. 2.25 ERA in this game. That's an 18 games against the Red Sox. Gets a quick out here on the ground ball for Betts. Finally retired him after 3 hits. Already in a run score for Mookie Betts.
Hour and 35-minute rain delay, the official tally. As Dustin Pedroia comes up, he's 0 for 3. And we'll look at a strike. Jhoulys Chacin got the start for the Angels, gave up 5 runs all earned in 4 2/3. 12 hits, including that home run to Ortiz. And that started the rally, the 3-run rally for Boston in the 5th. This one's pulled to the left side and under the glove of Marte. Marte kind of grabbing the back of his right leg, trying to shake it off. I wonder if he slipped a little bit on the dirt. Now he's trying to stretch it out.
It looked exactly what happened to him, because it looked like initially off the bat he had a shot at it. Had a good prep step, ready to go. Unable to get that. You see him grabbing right at that back of his leg. He's trying to stretch it away. You know, when you have that delay like that, I wonder how many guys could run into that issue.
So Pedroia on board. Bogaerts takes a strike. He's 0 for 2. RBI ground down into 1st, a walk into 3rd, a strikeout into 5th. Boston with solo runs in the 1st and 4th innings, then scored 3 in the 5th for the Angels, playing that 4 spot. In the 6th inning, chasing starter Stephen Wright, in charge with all 4 runs and 5 innings of work. No balls, 2 strikes.
Pedroia with 5 stolen bases in 6 attempts.
Joe with 25 1/3 innings under his belt, 20 hits allowed, now 21. 17 strikeouts and 11 walks. Outside. Bogaerts 1 for 2 in his career. Good Smith. David Ortiz on deck. Chopper foul. The protective screen. Got extended this year.
Wise decision. In this ballpark, the foul balls get into the stands so quickly. No rain on top of the action here.
Takes it right to the edge of the dugouts on both sides. Not a big lead at all for Pedroia at first base. Of course, with the rain, a lot of folks have left this ballpark. Pretty good crowd throughout until the rain started to fall heavily in the fifth inning. 1-2, chopper foul at the plate. How does that feel of that game that we did here in extra innings? Into the wee morning hours.
Bobby Abreu.
Yep, game winner.
In the wrestling mask.
Foul back. Crazy to think with all of the schedule that the Angels have played this year, and some of the cities they've gone to. They're the first delay. There's the rest fest, May 4th, 2011. Trust us, we couldn't see anything.
We saw that one, though. We heard the roar, or lack thereof, as Peter Borges scores.
13 innings, and it was about 2:30 in the morning, something like that.
It was.
Next afternoon, the Angels came out and just boat raced John Lackey. 1-2. Bogaerts grounds one over the left side. Marte has it to Giavotella. Relay back to first, a double play. Nice job by Joe Smith. 6 complete. This is 5-4 Boston. It's sticking it out here, of course. Hey, tomorrow, Baseball Night in America returns with a showdown between the Angels and the Red Sox. 4 p.m. Pacific on your local Fox station. Then the Yankees take on the Padres at 6:30 p.m. Pacific in a game you can only see on FS1 or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Junichi Tazawa pitching in his 34th game. 1-1 record, a 3.26 ERA is summoned from the bullpen by John Farrell. He takes over for Matt Barnes, who ended up going to 1 inning and picking up a strikeout.
Tazawa's fastball is 91 to 96. Slider, curveball, split finger fastball. There's quite a few of those.
Halos have the top of their order coming up here in Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Tazawa last year 2-7, a 4.14 ERA in 61 games. Now 30 years of age. Cole 1 for 3, had a single back in the first inning. Breaking ball in the dirt. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Good to see Joe Smith back and getting that sinker working.
Yeah, ground ball action. That's what you want to see from Joe Smith. Talked to him about trying to get back to that ground ball action. Hamstring was bothering him for quite some time before he went on the disabled list.
2 balls, no strikes.
There's Joe's solid effort.
Shift on against Calhoun. 2-1.
Cole will love that pitch right back in that same zone again. Got the same type of fastball. Let's play in stands here. He's liking the way that play he made.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trout on deck, then Pujols. Two. Fell back. Tazawa missing location there.
He's throwing 3 fastballs on the inner half of the plate against Cole in this at bat.
Racked up some strikeouts this year, 36 of them in 30 1/3 innings. Opponent's pitch is 204. Boston's bullpen 11-13 on the year with a 3.56 ERA.
I think he's going to go split finger fastball here.
Full count. Angels with 8 hits tonight. Boston with 13. Adelson stranded 5. 3-2 now. Cole hits one out toward right center field. Long run over for Betts and Bradley. It's Bradley, the center fielder, tracking it down for the first down.
Well, he got a great first step on that shot by Cole Calhoun. Off the bat from our angle here, looked like he had a real good chance to get not only into that outfield grasp, but roll away that 420 sign. But Bradley, that quick step, runs that down. Great coverage out in center field, and Tazawa liking that play, may behind him.
So 1 out, nobody on, and Trout coming up. Mike has had a 1-for-3 game thus far. Doubled in the 3rd, his 19th of the year.
Second straight at bat for Trout when he's swinging at the first pitch. Looking for that first career home run here at Fenway Park.
2 for 7 in his career against Tazawa. Cole after that fly ball out now 2 for 4. One ball, 1 strike. Could have sworn I just heard a chant of overrated with Trout at the plate. Here's the 1-1. On the borderline, too. Borderline pitch, but called a strike.
See this? It's a breaking ball here from Tazawa. A little bit off the outside corner, brought back by Vasquez. Gets the call. Trout so comfortable behind in the count coming in the game. .338 batting average. He's been behind in the count and has worked it even here now. And leads the majors in that categories. He's willing to take that first pitch on occasion because he still will fight back in the count.
Ground ball left side. It's a base hit. Second hit of the night.
Right on cue for Trout. Again, that comfort zone he has, even with a couple strikes on him. It's a breaking ball right here. It looks like a curve ball. Stayed back on it very well and shoots that in between short and third for a hit. Second hit of the game. Another multi-hit game for Mike Trout.
So Albert will step up now. Couple of walks, a double, and a run scored. It was Albert that started the rally for the Angels in the 6th inning with a double off the monster. Albert 2 for 5 in his career against Tazawa. First fastball in for a strike. Pedroia is shading Albert toward the middle, but he stays on the second base side of the bag. Big hole on the right side with Shaw holding Trout on.
Pretty good hack by Pujols on that one.
Long hold for Tazawa. Double that Albert hit in the 6th inning. 592nd of his career. He's now tied with Todd Helton for 17th all time. Luis Gonzalez up next at 596. This one fouled back.
Mike Trout was asking Gary DiSarcina if he thought that maybe Tazawa did something different here. And he's pointing right there like he did something with one of his legs moving. He's allowed 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts. So Trout may be on the move here at some point. Overall, he's allowed 18 stolen bases in 23 attempts. So base stealers have been successful against him.
Two.
So when you collapse that back leg, sometimes it will be a situation where if you throw over there quickly, that is definitely a balk because you have to go home at that point.
John working a 1-out single. Second hit of the game. Stands at first.
He has a little bit of that twitch in the back leg, right in the knee area. But he does it every single time. Almost like what we see with Matt Shoemaker, with a lot of movement he has as far as before he finally comes to a set position. Good swing again by Albert. That was a fastball out over the plate. And Albert's had a tough time this year as far as low pitches. 160 batting average on low pitches. Missed a high fastball, and he's right on that one. Fouled it straight back.
Two again. This one's ripped out to right field, but positioned perfectly is Betts. 2 down. Trout back to first.
And the reason why you see Tazawa moving his glove like that, probably in the past at one point when he would move his glove like that, he would go into that split finger fastball grip and he would tip off the hitter. That's what he's throwing. So now they always have the movement in the glove. That way the hitters aren't figuring out that he's going to throw a split finger fastball or a fastball or one of his breaking pitches.
Here's Jeffrey Marte, 0 for 2. Late on the fastball. Marte hit by a pitch. His last plate appearance, that was in the 6th. First time facing Tazawa. Trout takes off, the pitch low, the throw down second, and gloved by Pedroia. Tried to keep the glove there. And try to get Trout on the dive in, but it's a stolen base for Mike.
Pretty quick throw too by Vasquez. Good jump. Quick that transfer and throw was. Real close play. Like Trout got his hand in as Pedroia tried to scoop that low throw. No tag. Otherwise he does get him.
Yeah.
Trout now with more stolen bases this season than he had all of last year with his 12th stolen base of the season tonight.
Marte now with a 1-ball, 1-strike count, a man in scoring position. Halos tonight. Such situations. 1 for 5. Down a run. We're in the 7th with 2 outs.
Well, that was a hanging breaking pitch. Marte just pulled off on it. And a quick conversation now because that was really missed as far as location.
One, two. Upstairs. It almost popped out of the glove. Vasquez.
I imagine that's more now a setup to go high fastball to go back down and away with a breaking ball.
Two-two pitch. Lays off a breaking ball. Full count. Daniel Nava's on deck. Walked him. So 2 on, 2 outs. Nava can get the job done here with the Angels down a run in the 7th.
Back-to-back walks from Marte in the game. Nava 1 for 2 so far in this game.
Nava had a single in the 2nd inning, grounded back to the mound in the 4th, and walked and scored in the 6th. .277 career hitter here at Fenway Park. Trout at second, Marte at first. Oh, one. Angels have J.C. Ramirez getting ready. Red Sox at the bottom of the 7th have Ortiz, Bradley, and Holt coming up. One ball with strike.
Tazawa with the grunt after every pitch. Whether it's a fastball, even a split finger fastball.
Oh, Wimbledon is going on right now.
Challenge Monica Seles.
Yeah. Monica Seles. Yeah. Two balls, one strike. Missed inside. Tazawa comes from the Dean Smith Four Corner School. They'll lull you to sleep. It's got good stuff too.
Very good. Firm fastball, solid split finger fastball.
Trout standing at second, Marte at first. 2 outs. 2-1. Ground ball up the line. That's foul. Nice glove by Shaw. Evens up the count at 2-2. A couple of finals tonight. Houston shut out the White Sox at Minute Maid Park 5-0. Texas won in 10 innings against the Twins. Desmond with a home run.
A lot of extra inning games today in baseball.
Oakland's hosting Pittsburgh at the Coliseum. They're up 3-2. It's the 4th. We are in the 7th here after an hour and 35-minute rain delay. Two foul back. Off-speed pitch. That's the Cubs were in a long rain delay as well at Citi Field. That's leading now at 10-2 in the 7th. Atlanta and Miami, the bottom of the 11th, 5-5 tie. And of course, earlier we had the 19-inning affair between Cleveland and Toronto.
And the Nationals walked off in 14 innings against the Reds.
Nava strikes out swinging, and we will head to the bottom of the 7th. The Angels down a run.
4 here in the bottom of the 7th. David Ortiz coming to the plate. Look at some of the legends that have worn that Red Sox uniform. Carl Mephiss, Ted Williams, Yaz, Wade Boggs, Jim Rice, David Ortiz. Some of the biggest names in the history of baseball all wearing that Red Sox uniform. Big Papi coming up with 2,000 hits with the Red Sox. Yaz at the top with 34-19. Ted Williams with 26-54 as far as career hits wearing that Red Sox uniform.
J.C. Ramirez on the mound for the Angels now. And the first one is inside, it's ball 1. Third appearance for Ramirez. It's being claimed from the Cincinnati Reds. Quick pitch action. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramirez 27 games with the Reds, went 1-3 and a 6.40 ERA. He's gone 2 1/3 with the Angels. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 3 hits, and 2 1/3. Ground ball right side. Giavatello comes in, bobbles it for second. Plenty of time with Ortiz running, 1 down. First time the Angels have retired Ortiz tonight. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. Center fielder, 1 for 3.
Going back to the legends, the Red Sox, so many of those guys played left field here over the years at Fenway Park.
Bradley 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. So that's why they were able to concentrate on their offensive performance.
Yeah.
Because they played left field here.
Played left field here.
Anything over their head's gone.
Yeah.
Jim Rice had that down.
Yeah, he did. Talk about intimidating hitters. Jim Rice certainly was.
2 balls and a strike. Bradley, 26 years of age. This one ripped to right field, jumped on a high fastball at 97 and turned it around. 13th inning. Check that. 13th inning, right ahead. 14th, pardon me.
Amazing thing how quick they could be on Ramirez with his fastball. When he's 97, 98, he's going to have to develop that all-speed pitch. Make that fastball and hard slider just a little bit better. Everything's firm.
And we've seen that in the first 2 appearances for a lot of foul balls.
Yeah, and they shouldn't foul off at 97, 98 mile an hour fastball unless they're just geared up strictly the hard stuff and not anything slow.
One out, 1 on, and Brock Holt coming up, the left fielder. A couple of hits, both doubles. No balls, 2 strikes. Holt off the disabled list today. Gone 2 for 3. 5th and 6th doubles of the year. Picked up his 20th RBI in his last at bat. Big lead for Bradley at first.
Was it Brock Holt choking up on the bat, just trying to put it in play, especially now behind in the count 0-2.
Down goes Holt. 2 down.
Four-seam cut fastball there. Had some good action on it, 96. Ball cut across the plate very well to get a swing and miss. No, he was choking up the bat, just trying to put it in play. Very difficult to do so. And a cut fastball like that inside.
Travis Shaw, the first baseman. 1 for 2. Doubled home run in the 4th. He's intentionally walked in the 5th. Joe Smith went 1 inning, 1 hit. The rest zeros. He got through the 6th inning. Ground ball to Crone. That's a fair ball, and that's the 3rd out. Nice inning for J.C. Ramirez. We will head to the 8th inning. Angels down 5-4.
Top of the 8th we go. I'm Patrick O'Neill, and I'm giving you some extra credit if you stick around for our Angels Live postgame show brought to you by your SoCal Mazda dealers. I'll be joined by Jose Mota, and we'll see if the Angels have yet another comeback in store here in Fenway, or maybe just tie it up and we'll be here for another 4 hours after the rain delay. It's interesting, Victor and Mark, you guys talked about, some of the chants, the colorful chants we're hearing. When you have a rain delay and you're left with this type of crowd, it's like they feel better about themselves because they stuck around and the rest of the losers went home. So you get a pretty good atmosphere here. It's kind of fun. I'm here with the Photogs. It's the best seat in the house. This is where the cool people hang out.
Oh, man.
By the way, I'm going to say, I think my family went home, so you called my family a loser.
No,
Thanks, Patrick.
No. Just
in a roundabout way, Patrick, you kind of did. All right. So quick backpedaling. All right, buddy.
Appreciate it, Patrick.
Koji Uehara takes over. 32nd ball game. C.J. Crone, and first one's up and away. It'll be Crone, Giavotella, and Perez for the Angels, 6, 7, and 8. Uehara 2 and 3 and a 4.91 ERA. C.J. fouls it back.
Pretty good rip at that one too. Back in the 6th inning with the bases loaded for C.J. Crone. 3-2 fastball from right. Turns on that rocket out over the green monster for his first career grand slam for C.J. Crone. And a pretty good hack there on that 1-0 pitch.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Back to the grand slams at Fenway. Joe Rudy, 2 and 79. Meziga back in 04. Vlad in the ALDS back in 2004. Now C.J. Crone.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Got that call, even though he thought the pitch before was a strike. It's almost the exact same spot. Both were a little bit off the outside corner.
Full count.
Well, he wants that pitch, and that pitch is about a baseball off the corner.
TJ's first plate appearance against Koji Uehara. 3-2. Foul back.
And one thing about him, he doesn't walk many batters, that's for sure. Nearly an 8-to-1 ratio as far as walk to strikeout throughout his career. Outstanding.
Tozawa went 1 inning. Faced 5 batters, gave up a hit, had a walk and a strikeout. Uehara, the third reliever. Stephen Wright, the starter, went 5 innings. Faced 4 batters in the 6th inning. Charged with all 4 runs on 8 hits. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks for Wright. Three-2 again. Cron lifts one out to right. Playable. Betts drifting over. 1 down. So here comes Johnny Giavitelli. Angel second baseman's 1 for 3. Single back in the second. Grounded out twice since then. Uehara, by the way, now 41 years of age. Still going strong. 43 games last year, had 25 saves for the Red Sox. Career high 26 saves 2 seasons ago. He came over to the States in 2009 after pitching for the Yomiuri Giants. Signed as an international free agent with the Baltimore Orioles. 0-2 count.
Uehara throws a lot of pitches away. You can't try to pull his breakable, split finger fastball or fastball because everything's on the outer half of the plate. And I think in terms of right field to right center field, he can adjust if he makes a mistake inside, but everything's away.
Johnny lifts one out toward left center field, not deep. Brock Holt and Bradley Jr. and Holt has it go off his glove and it trickles away. Johnny racing toward third, and he's going to be stopped there. We'll see how they rule it. Maybe Bradley going into the slide, maybe distracted Brock Holt a little bit.
It looked like Holt had that baseball in his glove. And he kept, it looked like he said, "I got it" there. He was trying to tell him. And the slide, and then right off the glove.
It's a triple for Johnny, his first of the year. That's a tying run, is now 90 feet away.
And towards the end of the bat, thought it had a chance to fall in initially. And then off the glove, and Giavitelli turns on the afterburner, ends up at third base with a triple. First of the season.
Infield in for Boston. Carlos Perez, the catcher, up.
He's been asked to safety squeeze a lot.
Drops a bunt toward the mound. Glove by Uehara. The tag at the plate. Got him. What a play by Koji Uehara. And perhaps an even better play by Vasquez, the catcher, to catch and blindly tag Giavitelli out.
Bunt down there, not a bad bunt, but a good play to flip with the glove and the quick tag. It looked like the tag was applied before Giavitelli was able to get the arm on the plate. Exactly what happened there. It's played by Vasquez.
Shane Robinson will pinch run for Perez.
This is the perfect play. That's the only play you can make as a pitcher, to flip with the glove. Because if you try to go to your hand and then to flip, see the tag on the helmet before the hand hits the plate.
There's Andrelton Simmons, 1 for 3. Snap throw to first base, and Robinson safe at first. Well, a quick tag by Shaw.
We've seen Vasquez's arm over the years. He's thrown out 38% of would-be base stealers this year. How quick he was, and that Robinson's trying to get a big secondary lead, barely got his hand back in there, only because he went to that back part of the base, a little bit longer tag for Shaw. Otherwise, he'd be out. It's that quick of a throw.
He missed all of last season recovering from Tommy John surgery. That arm is back at full strength. A quick pickoff. Robinson somehow got back to the bag safely. Two balls, no strikes. Go one. You gotta be careful with Vasquez because of the arm that he's obviously got. 2 years ago, threw out just over 51% would-be base stealers. Limited time, 54 games. That's still a great ratio for a catcher.
He's getting everything away too, so it's either have a pickoff or try to throw out a would-be base stealer.
This year's thrown out about 39%. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Just had a potential tying run thrown out at the plate. Safety squeeze by Carlos Perez. Line to center field. That'll get down for a base hit. So tying run now at second base. Simmons with his second hit of the ball game. And it'll give Cole an opportunity.
That's what you want, an opportunity for Cole with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. .393 batting average this year for Cole Calhoun in this spot. Very consistent. Robinson in scoring position, and Cole's been very good in this spot.
He'll have to break through against Uehara. He's 0 for 5 in his career with 4 strikeouts.
7th best in the majors in this situation.
And he's thrived on the road this year. Came in batting .350 away from the Big A. 1 for 4 tonight. Taylor's with 11 hits now to the Red Sox 14. 3 infielders on the right side.
Gave him a split finger fastball first pitch. Cole always geared up for that first pitch and swinging.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Looked like he went around on this one. Yep, across the plate. Still a lot of room on that left side of the infield. Pitches away from Uehara. Just slap that ball through that shortstop hole.
Lays off that one. Good read on it. It's 1-2 now. Xander Bogaerts needs to come in and have a conversation as well. What could you tell the guys? 1-2 with 2 outs, up by a run. Hey, throw a strike.
Just don't give up a hit.
Yeah. Try to keep the lead. Go get him.
I don't think he's hit it. The groove of fastball right down the middle of the plate. See how far he can hit it.
I know you appreciated the infielders coming in to talk to you.
I said, hey, don't worry about it. We'll talk after the game. Go back to your position, please. And make a play for me while you're at it.
1-2. Cole pulls a foul at the splitter again.
Trout on deck. Love an opportunity to be able to get to the plate here with some runners on base.
Another 1-2. It's upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think he's setting him up now with that high fastball for a split finger fastball going down and away. Starting that split finger grip to start with. And if he throws another pitch, he can close the fingers when he brings it into the glove.
Angels have, Cameron Bedrosian getting ready for the bottom of the 8th.
And most pitchers will start in that grip. Otherwise, when you go in the regular fastball type grip, then you split your fingers open, and it sometimes will tip the hitter that you're throwing that split finger fastball.
Deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Foul tipped into the mitt. Cole goes down swinging. The Angels are done here in the 8th, which included the plate on the safety squeeze off the bat of Carlos Perez.
Hart made an unbelievable play to flip to Vasquez, who made a perfect tag on Giavotto as he tried to dive in and tie it, couldn't do so.
Schedule for the Angels tomorrow night and Sunday afternoon to wrap up this 3-game set against the Boston Red Sox, and it's off to St. Petersburg to take on the Rays for a 4-game set. And a couple of day games there, Monday and Thursday. Then it's up to Baltimore to finish up the ceremonial first half right before the All-Star break. And after the break, the Angels will welcome in the Chicago White Sox for 3 and the Rangers for 3. 5-4, Boston leads at bottom of the 8th. JC Ramirez back out on the mound, and first pitch swinging here is Christian Vasquez, and that one goes off the glove of Marte and into left, and it's a single to lead off this 8th inning. Second hit for Vasquez.
Ground ball rate 1 hops off the glove of Marte and by Simmons. It's a bunt situation for the Red Sox.
Marco Hernandez, the third baseman, up. Not bunting. No balls and a strike. He's 1 for 3. Got a base hit in the 4th. Halos in the 9th. We'll have Trout, Pujols, and Marte coming up. No balls, 2 strikes. Chip Batty after Carlos Perez was pinch run for him, taking over behind the plate. Not much. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A little better command tonight from JC Ramirez, a little more consistent anyway. Chopper up the middle. Simmons will cut in front of Giamatella, and no play. Miscommunication there. Anderson wanted to cut in front and just take it all. A little stutter step there, and it cost the Angels at least an out.
And ground ball. He's trying to go in front of him. Then they stopped. A quick hesitation. And able to get an out instead of eventually getting that force out at second. And no play at all.
First and second, nobody out. Now you get the top of the order to contend with.
Cron playing in, I'd be real surprised if Betts would even think about bunting here. I mean, the way he's been swinging the bat, they don't bunt a whole lot at Boston.
3 for 4 tonight. A double and 2 singles. He grounded out his last time. And Boston has a total of 3 sacrifices on the year. By the way, Hernandez gets credited with a hit, 16th of the night. Two on count. Vasquez at second base and Hernandez at first. Pedroia is on deck. Ramirez trying to keep this a 1-run deficit with Trout, Pujols, and Marte coming up in the ninth. Two. Trout fairly deep. See where he's playing right now. Betts.
That's a good pitch.
That is. With the knees.
It's all over the strike zone. Look at our Fox tracks right here. You're going to see this is right middle part of the plate, lower part of the strike zone.
Full count now. The payoff. Betts chops it to the right side. Cron's got it. Fires to Simmons for one. No relay back. He fires it to third base, and alertly, Vasquez stays near the bag at third. So Betts reaches on the fielder's choice. 1 out now. Pedroia coming up.
I think what it came down to is Simmons uncomfortable throwing the ball over the first base with Ramirez. Late kind of getting over there. It's going to be a difficult play. We saw one of those with Weaver at home, a 3-6-1 double play. Especially with Betts running down the line, you have to really get a lot on that throw as Ramirez was trying to find the base going over there on that play. Would have been a difficult turn of a double play.
Pedroia is 1 for 4. He had a single his last time up, but he grounded into a double play into third. You're looking for one here. He leads the league in double plays hit into 15.
Means you might see Betts on the move here with 12 stolen bases in 13 attempts. Big lead.
Takes off the pitch. He's down low, no throw. So second and third now.
.52 stolen bases as a team, only been caught 9 times this year.
Now they're third in the American League in that category. Infield in now for the Angels. 1-0 count up Pedroia. Check swing foul. Still loves that high fastball.
Yeah, the one thing you try to avoid, if you're trying to get a strikeout, which is difficult to get against Pedroia, especially in these scenarios, you don't want to try to go upstairs with a fastball. He is very quick upstairs, whether it's inner part of the plate or out over the plate. He will occasionally chase a slider in the dirt.
One-two now. Got him with a high fastball. Down goes Pedroia, 2 down.
He ran that one upstairs. A firm fastball, even above the strike zone. And that was above his shoulders, and he was still up there hacking. The big swing and miss for Ramirez.
Midnight here on the East Coast, courtesy of the 1 hour and 35-minute rain delay. J.C. Ramirez in trouble here with runners at second and third. 2 outs now, trying to keep this a 1-run deficit. He's going to face Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts 0 for 3. No balls, 2 strikes. 0-2 again. Ground ball foul. David Ortiz on deck. Way outside. And he's going to go over and talk things over.
It's that four-seam fastball with cut action. Overthrew that one.
One, two toward the middle. Simmons to his left is there. Fires to first, got him, inning over. We head to the ninth inning. The Angels will lead things off with Trout down by a run. Top of the ninth inning. Want to remind you that MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Here in the ninth, Trout, Pujols, and Marte down 5-4. And they will take on the fireballing closer for the Boston Red Sox acquired this offseason. Craig Kimbrel comes into this ball game with a 1-3 mark, a 2.61 ERA, 32nd game. He'll be 16 saves, 31 innings, 48 strikeouts.
He's got that power fastball. It'll rush up there anywhere between 95 and 99 miles an hour. Average fastball, I see this year, 97.4. Will also throw a curveball about 29% of the time. His curveball, but he does have that power fastball, especially up in the strike zone.
Trout looking fastball, gets a breaking ball in the dirt. That seldom happens. Completely fooled on it.
And Trout very rarely, if ever, swings in a breaking ball first pitch.
2 for 4 tonight with a single and a double. No balls, 2 strikes. Kimbrel, one of the new faces on this ball club. Dave Dombrowski to change things around. David Price signed. Front end of the rotation. Kimbrel on the back end of the staff. That was a breaking ball in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And like we said earlier, Trout very comfortable even being behind in the count. 338. Had a base hit last time in a similar situation. 315 versus all speed pitches. 329 versus breaking balls. He's very good on that. And he adjusts on the fastball.
Two. Full count.
That was a slightly overthrown fastball at 98.
Kimbrel now 28 years of age. 39 saves last year for the Padres. 61 games. Career best 50 saves for the Atlanta Braves in 2013. Three-two. Trout works the walk to lead off the ninth.
That's a real good at bat for Trout. Picks up another walk on base 3 times, and he's stolen base threat here. Already with a stolen base tonight.
Albert 1 for 2 with a couple of walks and a double.
Well, that missed by quite a bit off the outside corner.
Quick throw to first. Trout back easily. One-0. Takes a fastball. There's a called strike. Evens the count at 1-1.
Yeah, that fastball at 99.
Chance of Albert here in the stands. Takes that one outside. Ball ricochets off the shin guard. I'm not sure what Trout was looking at. It could have gotten to second easily. That ball ricocheting up the line.
Thrown in the dirt. Well, off the glove first and then off the shin guard. Trout looking for secondary lead. Didn't read that well. So at that point, you got to go back. But it's certainly an opportunity to be able to get into scoring position.
Throw over to first, and that was close. Albert with a 2-1 count. Downfield straight around for Boston. Pedroia shading Pujols toward the middle. Hernandez maybe a step toward the line at third base. Trout started to go, then stopped, and Albert cuts through the high fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Fastball away. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. A lot on that pitch. Does Trout anticipate a breaking ball here? Or is Kimbrel going to go with the fastball as he try to go?
That was going right toward Paul Nart, the first base umpire.
He's still thinking about trying to breathe right now because that was going right at him.
Nobody out here in the ninth. 2-2. Albert. Skies went out to center field. This will chase Bradley back. Still going back. And Trout goes halfway, almost 3/4 of the way. Ends up at first base. On a ball like that, should you not perhaps think about tagging?
Yeah, because you got to at least go in that position to get back to the base, depending on how Bradley catches that fly ball. If he catches it flat-footed going back, take that shot. Because he's not going to miss that ball at that point.
So 1 out, runner at first base. Here's Marte. 0 for 2. Popped him up. Pedroia. 2 down. Jeffrey Marte had never faced Kimbrel jumping on that first one. In on the hands. So 2 down. That tying run still at first base, and Daniel Nava coming up. Nava tonight 1 for 3 with a single back in the second. John again starting and then stopping. Nava takes a strike.
Not a real big lead now for Trout either. Able to get back rather easily. Earlier in this inning, a couple quick throws, close plays by Kimbrel.
Still think you got to go.
With his speed,
Nava pulls one down the right field line, and that is a fair ball. It went into the seats. It's a double, and that'll cost the Angels. Trout has to stop at third.
boy, you got this fastball right here. Turns on it right down the right field line. Hooks in that corner and reached out over the wall by the fan. It hits the wall, and it's going to be in play, it looks like. Now, if he doesn't reach out over the wall, that's around in that corner.
Mike Scioscia having Steve Solis look at it.
Yeah, I think because, you know, if that ball's in play and then it becomes a judgment call, it'll allow him to be able to score or not.
You've got nothing to lose.
Yes,
just
you might as well
challenge
do
it.
Yes, because that ball is going to be fair.
Right.
That's hitting the top of the wall and going around. At least from our angle, that one angle we got.
Not worried about saving challenges here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because the fan reaches in play.
At least get a crew chief review out of it.
And he's saying exactly, the fan reached in play.
Now, whether there's a definitive angle that shows, crossing that barrier, it's tough to tell because there's no camera on the fence, but they are going to take a look at it.
And this will be a judgment call.
Right.
And certainly with Trout's speed, he scores easily. A little more difficult this. And nobody had touched it at that point. Nobody touches it there. And you see the fan reaching out over the wall. At least from our angle we're at right here, it looked like he did. See a better angle here. Yeah, that ball is going to be in play. And it's still
you know, my
tough
heart's
one.
telling me, yeah, it's going to be in play, but it's a tough one to overturn. But I'm surprised it took that long to even make the decision to go out there. Yeah, it's been that way for the. That's how tough of a season it's been for the Angels, because you look at a couple of opportunities that the Angels have had Trout at second base in this inning. Ball that ricocheted off the shin guard, the fly ball deep.
That ball's going to be in play. Now it's a question of whether they think and they believe that Trout could score on that ball. That's the discussion. You would think he would, but to place him at home, now it'll be, will certainly be some loud.
There's no
here.
question that if that ball is ruled to be in play, they've got to give him home.
There's no doubt that he reached into play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, every angle we've seen, that he definitely, the fan reached in play.
The only definitive angle that we've seen, it's not even definitive, it's the angle that shows that, is the very first one down that right field line.
Kimbrel trying to stay loose on the mound.
As it stands right now, it's a double. And with Trout at first base, he's only awarded third. So we're waiting to hear what the crew in New York has to say.
And again, you know, from our angle, from what we saw, the fan definitely reaches over the wall. Looks like we're going to get a decision right here now.
Nope. They're not going to overturn it. It's a double, and Trout has to stay at third. So the call has to be that they could not determine that he actually reached over the railing to make a definitive angle. So C.J. Cron will bat with 2 outs, runners at second and third, the tying run at third base. Go ahead run at second. Cron 2 for 4. Ground ball over to third. Hernandez has it. Spins around, fires to first, and the Angels drop the opening game of the series by the final of 5-4.
Well, he had a chance. Big double there by Nava. Fan reaches right towards that wall. Could have been a difference maker instead. A nice play once again by Hernandez at third. He made some outstanding plays early on as Boston wins game 1 with 16 hits, 5 runs. Enough just to hold on as Kimbrel picks up the save. Right, picks up another victory for the Boston Red Sox.
And a 2-out rally for the Boston Red Sox is the difference in this one. Nice effort by C.J. Cron. And